Hello, everyone. I have my toad with us today. Her name is Zelda. We got three. We have three of them. Uh, she's over here. She just got into the pond, so I'm not gonna grab her right now. But I'm gonna be doing some landscaping, and I'm gonna turn you to the direction of my landscaping. You can see it from where you are. You're gonna be obviously in the truck. I'm gonna have the mic off, and I'm gonna be having music on, so it doesn't get copyrighted. The mic's gonna be off. Um, Other than that, I don't really I'm not going to pay too much attention to the comments or anything because I'm going to be too hot and like my hands are going to be dirty all the time because I'm landscaping. But anyway, thanks guys. Like I appreciate you guys liking, commenting, and those of you that are subscribed and are doing all that. Thank you tremendously. I know it helps a lot for the channel. I can see that, and I won't forget it. So oh, and the prayers. Thank you for the prayers for my dog. Kenny, Pawhide Kenny. You're always in the chat blowing it up. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm hoping my mic's picking you up enough. I haven't done my sound check, so um, I have the mic kind of far away, and the noise because there's fans, two fans circulating the air, and there's cold water in the tank for her because last night it got pretty cold. And yeah, she was in here last night with me, and she's loving it. She's jumping around right now. Not too much longer. I'm thinking about bringing her back inside though, because it does kind of get hot in here even for me. Like, I mean, I got hair and I'm not like in the cold water like she is, because that's like an amazing lagoon down there for her, and it's not in the sun, so it's just yeah, we have plenty of airflow. Uh, Other than that, the dog's doing a little bit better today. It's up and down. We're worrying about changing her bandage that's carrying the mammary tumor because of it bleeding, and her blood's at like 18% capacity. It's like very low, and yeah, so it's grim times. We've been crying a lot lately, but we haven't been giving up, and we're still kind of pressing forward. We're trying to figure out a somebody who can maybe do the Sam's Foundation or something like that. We have different options we're trying to figure out. It kind of just spiraled out of control this last month, and it's been going on for about 5 months, but it hasn't been bad like that. It's just been getting out of our hands. So yeah, thank you for the prayers for the dog. I'm saying that for me and my girl. And other than that, we're we're basically gonna focus on prep for tonight. You guys have seen the hantavirus outbreak on that ship I've showed you guys a couple days ago. I didn't comment too much about it because I didn't want to like be that guy again to cause fear or whatnot. But I think it's Socrates that says, you know, I'm gonna make you think for yourselves. Like basically like this is the time again where I would choose you guys to know why they're doing it. Um, I I mean politically on that I could be on it and say this and that, but I'm not trying to do that right this second without the video and correlation. So what some people are saying to make it the context better, because Benny Johnson has a pretty big base, 6 million. So I tend to use his reference or the Next News Network with 2 million, going on 3 million base, and use their opinions to either echo mine, or if I divert from anything, it's very minimal sometimes. I mean, it's never like 180. I mean, anyway, you get what I mean. It's just I'm human. We're all human. Um, so oh, with that being said, I'm going to get going here momentarily. But thank you guys for joining, and I'm going to be turning you to show you guys where I'm going to be working. And I'm just going to check my chat right this second while my hands aren't dirty, just in case. There's somebody watching. There he is. There you go. Hey, brother. Okay. All right. So yeah. So let me I was gonna try to show you the toad, but she's wet, and I don't wanna. She's having fun right now. I'll take a picture of her and put it on my Discord. Yeah, Lord bless everyone in the chat and everyone in the world really, but we all need it right now. It's been getting kind of scary with this new virus outbreak. I'm trying not to be too freaked out, but like I'm just worried. Like in general, like we didn't handle the last one very well. Um anyway, it's not necessarily like that I'm worried in the aspect of like Armageddon. It's just like I'm worried like about it in general because like it's weird that like it's something that isn't really transmittable from rats to humans, and that like if it is, it leans more towards how did it do that, and we need to figure out how it did that. How did it make a jump like that, let alone on a cruise ship when there really shouldn't be that many rats? But like so if it's a culture thing like where it was like what who was on the cruise ship, they all need to be like we need to figure this out, and it's being very lax. I get what Benny's saying on that aspect. Like we need to know exactly where it came from, and we're being a little lame duck on it, and kind of like I say, we're being more reactive than proactive, and we need to start being more proactive. And I know he was joking when he was like, "Just drone strike the boat, I'm done." And I know that was, but like it's kind of like when you see spider on the wall, like get the flamethrower, honey. You know, like we're burning the house down. You know, like it's those jokes. But make sure you know it's a joke. Like there's some people out there that don't like dark satire or whatever. I think it's cool. Um. Anyway, so here's what we're doing over here today. I'm gonna be turning you guys, because you guys won't be able to hear me if I don't turn the mic. And then here, where's the? Make sure I'm getting my cords right here. One moment. Okay. I'm a little stoned, but that never stopped me before. All right, here we go. You kind of have to be when you're stressed out about losing a dog and all that. Hopefully my mic doesn't cut out. Usually, all right. It looks like it's still working. All right, but so you see over there, yeah. Wow, you actually see the whole yard. Good. All right, yeah, like that's better because you can get a better angle. But anyway, so all that is cyclopean masonry behind out there. It's basically rocks stacked on top of each other, but in a facet that's I got dirt mound behind it, and then I was kind of like encasing it with these rocks, and it goes all the way around. And I'm trying to do something a little bit experimental with these paper bags now that we have an abundance of paper bags, and I don't know really what to do with them all. And they're biodegradable, so I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can try to make a not like a compressed brick or baked brick, just kind of like uh, I don't know, like a partial composite brick or something. I don't know, I'm just coming up with that on the fly, but something different. I have some fly ash over there to use to use in the fire pit if I really wanted to make a couple big bricks, but um, I'm just trying to reinforce that top layer, maybe dig out a center piece that we can sit around, and it's just kind of like a communal area. It was something that we actually had my astrologer set, or sorry, astrologer, astronomer set out there. We had my telescope. I forget which. I think it was Celestial or something like that, and it was relatively cheap. We got it from Walmart. But I was watching the moon with it, and I really learned how quick the moon's flying around, because you could really tell when it's like when you're looking at it and it's just moving and nothing else is moving, but it really, oh, and us turning. But it's a pretty trip, you know, when you dial it all in there. And I remember looking at when I was a kid, my dad dialed in Mars, and it was really hard for him to do it. I got to see Mars as a kid, and that was a trip. So I kind of wanted to show my girl at least the moon, and yeah, I don't really know what happened to the telescope set, but I want to get a different one that has a mount that we can record what's going on with it. And that was a cheapo thing. It was like a $30 one from Walmart that was on. I think it was $100, but like it was like $30 because it was on clearance. So you know how those clearance buys are. But it was fun while it lasted. Um, So anyway, in front here is all gold. All that ore here, you can't really tell, but there's tile and stuff. I was trying to change the tile for this. We had like 3 5-gallon buckets of gold ore that needs to be crushed and extracted from. And I don't really have the facility to do that yet. And I've been trying to like, get going on that because that's money, just sitting there. That's why I play games like Warcraft 3. It gives me that little bit of gold mining rush. Like I just have gold sitting here. Like, come on. That pirate blood's coming out. The bounty mutineers like gold. I smell gold. But yeah, it's a lot of it, and it needs to be done, and it's a lot of work, and obviously I don't have a kiln and stuff to make the. I'm trying to have a few different things like sieves, water ones that capture all the gold dust after the extraction. I don't want to miss anything because it's not like everything I want it all. Like especially if I just get it in sand or for banks. Like I see some things that people can use magnets to get the black sand out of, and then the gold is just left. So I kind of want to do things like that. Because there's tons of I would just say ancient shorelines here and up here and just in the streets. And so when I'm cleaning the streets, there's tons of sand that like eventually turn into these ruts in the road and bumps and that are compressed over time with wind and rain and cars flying over them with bad struts and shocks that it makes those bumps in the road. So I carve those off. I either throw them to the side if there's too much sand on the berm itself and it's unsafe, it causes too much wind tunnel, then I'll extract the sand and put it somewhere else that it needs to be. But I'd rather run it through something first, get the gold out, and then throw it back if I can. Like obviously I can't really take resources from the road, but I'm also talking about just in general from my houses and stuff like this. But like roads in general, because like I have like 2 or 3 roads around my lot here that need to be worked on, and it'd just be easier to make sure that I'm not just burning up gold. Does that make sense? So yeah, I mean, in a sense like that, like there's a lot of stuff that could be captured or reclaimed in the desert. I feel like it's one of those Bible things, like the ending tale of Revelations, like if we literally are dawning on the day of reclamation here too, like if we can really just hunker down, know what we have, the knowledge that we have accomplished, and unify over that, and come together as a society and utilize Milo. What is it? It's not Milo's. Uh, it's some M names, a hierarchy of needs, where you need to have. Here, I have my computer here. Let me just turn it back and I'll look it up really quick. But Maslow's. Yeah, yeah, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and it says is a motivational theory in psychology comprising a 5-tier pyramid of human needs, where lower basic needs, psychological safety, must be satisfied before higher levels of growth needs, aka social self-esteem, self-actualization, like knowing who you are, becoming motivators. Anyway, it is used to understand motivation in management, healthcare, and education. So like this is some things that like people probably have never heard of, and I can understand like if you're not into building civilizations or saving them at that bet, you wouldn't know this. So like you don't, if you don't know this, I wouldn't. It's not on you, okay, man. It's just I'm digging deep here, and so here it is, and here's the 5 levels of Maslow's hierarchy from bottom to top. Psychological needs, basic survival needs such as food, water, air, shelter, and sleep. We could have a debate whether or not all those are actually sustainable right now in America. They were at one point. Now they're not. And we need to come together and know they're not so we can fix them. Otherwise, we're lost. So that's the basic foundation. And this is why people came over here to erode the bottom pillar of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, because they understand that they don't ever have that in theirs. And we felt so bad for them that we literally invited the whole world into our economy and was like, you know what, nothing bad's gonna happen. And like, okay, yeah, okay, anyway. Safety needs is number 2. And then we're going from the bottom rung up in this pyramid. So we're 2 up here. First one, psychological needs. basic survival needs such as food, water, air, shelter, and sleep. And the second one would be safety needs, security, stability, health, financiality, security. Oh, I'm sorry, financial security. I'm sorry, my toad's hopping at my feet. It's just so such a distraction. Miss, what are you doing down there? If everything wasn't on these two tanks like perfectly, like I could reach in there and grab her easily, but it's such a big deal right now. Okay, but we're gonna continue on here. So financial security and freedom from fear. So that's when the whole speech came along. Like, the only thing we need to fear is fear itself. And like, the whole need to have that speech was because people were afraid, right? No, but why were they afraid? They were afraid that they were losing the second pillar of their foundation when they didn't have this, and that in their life. Oh, there's a fly. That never happens. Come here. I gotta turn on this secondary fan here. Usually if there's a secondary fan, I don't have much choice but to leave. Oh, yeah, it's gonna get too hot in here for it. Talk about distractions. Like, fucking hell. This is when you have one of those, like when you edit it out for the videos and you have that moment where it goes beep. Yeah, that's one of those moments, bro. Like, for real. This fly has got to go. It's because I have my front door open. No wonder. Damn it. Hold on, let me close my door to my truck, guys. I thought I closed it. I was in it. Oh, it's because I closed it when I got my soda. When I got my soda, I left it. And I was going to jump out and start working. But now I'm over here trying to teach about hierarchies and needs and stuff. And I need to get this fly out of here, but I think it already figured itself out because I don't see it anymore. But, yeah, so sorry if you hear that fan in the background. I got to kind of, like, stay cold in here, too, with the tub. I would bring this up on the screen right now, but, like, this is supposed to just be prep. And I'm not going to, because it would take more time. I'm just trying to get out there and work. So here we go. Social needs. That's 3. So, belongingness is as parentheses to the title. And this entitles friendship, intimacy, trust. When you say trust society, a trust where we know when we walk down the streets we're not going to get shanked or on a bus get stabbed by a schizo. We trust that the people getting on the bus have paid in this social contract and they understand where they are in this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So, you know what I mean? Like, and then that's when public shame came into play. When you're like these people are the reason why like we can't have nice things. Like, that's just my saying, bro. But like, for real, like, it's ridiculous. It really is. Like, it's sad. Like, how everybody's saying you can't even have self-serve soda machines. You see my teeth? I love soda, bro. Now they're gonna have a hell of a job. Like, when I go back for the 4th time, they're like, dude, do you really need? Yes. No, I'm serious. I do drink that much soda, and it is a problem, but it's the only vice I have, other than some marijuana. So, no crack, no meth, no other drugs, no bullshit, just caffeine and soda. Anyway, I'm proud of that. Never done any of that other shit, too. So, anyway, I guess I thought maybe I should say that because I just realized how bad my tooth looks. And this, like I said, is stemming from a childhood event that cat broke and now it's getting worse, but it's already had a root canal, so it doesn't hurt. Anyway, so this boils into the next thing. It's self-esteem. Funny. So okay, so friendship. So let me regroup here. Social needs is the 3rd one. Belongingness. So that pertains to friendship, intimacy. These are commas. Friendship, comma, intimacy, comma, trust, comma, acceptance, comma, and being part of a group. So I could understand, like, we take being part of a political group or a Republican Party or a Democrat Party or whatever the fuck party that is as being a part of a group. We take it for granted, really, because the majority of people in other countries, they can't come together in groups because, it's against the law to assemble or whatever, and they can just get... Anyway, it's a whole spiel. I don't want to go on. Like I said, I can go on and on about why other places don't have it as good as America and why we almost had it. So, and we need to get back to having it because like we did kind of have this at one point, and we need to, like I said, the dawning of the day of reclamation where we understood that we had this and how do we re-get this. Here we go. So and then okay, so that ends the third pillar. So we're getting up to the next two, is the last two, and the second to last is self-esteem needs. So like I said, my tooth isn't really a need. Self-esteem maybe, but I'd say I've had it since I was a kid, guys. It's a part of me. Like seeing it, making choices on my life based on like, then the cap made it fun again because then I always had a story like this tooth could be gone, and then yeah, like public health care, not really. It was my mom's UFWC Workmen's Food basically union that paid for it, and like we only had like a couple $100 deposit or something we had to pay instead of thousands and thousands of dollars of surgery. So yeah, um, that was before it was covered by Medi-Cal and Medicare and all that. So I really need to get back in there. I'm taking my youth for granted, and I really need to get back in there and get my teeth. I'm only 30. I need to get it done before they actually start, getting unrepairable. So here we go. So self-esteem needs, self-worth, right? I can't host a podcast looking like a crackhead. No, I can. I mean, I could put a mask on. I did for a while. Did you notice that? I had a mask on in my beginning. Yeah, it was because like I couldn't even like think. I didn't want to present any of this or feel vulnerable yet. And I feel like at the point of having like 61 transmissions, like if I'm not able to be at least a little vulnerable with you guys that have subscribed to me, then like what's the point, right? So anyway, so like that's kind of why I bring stories out, and so if you guys are watching this in the DVR later, uh you guys actually have some substance from it, and it's not just, oh, why did I watch that? Anyway, so we're going on with this. So self-worth, accomplishment, respect, dignity, and reputation. So esteem needs. So that's all those can come from your company. If you're like Elon Musk, it's not that, it's you made your company. So he's like having the best of both worlds in a sense. But that's just a point of capitalism. I could just use him as reference because it's easy to understand. Not like I'm like anyway. It's just anyway. So when somebody could pay the whole military budget, like because of a government shutdown, we should be able to thank that guy and say like, like you're doing something right. Okay, so just think about that. Like if he, meaning he could pay the military budget of another country. If he could pay it for America, he could pay it for another country, but he doesn't. So there. So self-actualization needs realizing personal potential. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to see if there's more commas in here later on. So realizing personal potential, self-fulfillment, and seeking potential growth or personal growth. So all this boils down to the top 5 things that if you don't have these, you don't have a society. And we're going to read a little bit more. Key aspects and criticisms. Deficiency versus growth needs. The first 4 levels are deficiency needs arising from deprivation, while the top level is growth needs arising from the desire to grow. Scientific criticism. Research has found limited evidence for a strict hierarchy. Nothing that needs do not always follow this order, which is like me, scientists, saying that all this could happen at different times, but all these are key in aspects or whatever of or diagnostics of a civilization in either a decline or in a golden age. Let's see, application constraints. The conception of self-actualization is difficult to test scientifically, and theory may not apply equally across different cultures, which is a problem what we're having right now when I dare say Muslims, or let's say Islamic phobia, where people are just like, they don't understand that like I, as a non-denominational Christian, do not hate anyone. Like, and you shouldn't either. Like I just want to say it like that. Like that's where we don't understand. Like, but when somebody comes out in against you in everything you stand for, and are doing it to drain your very existence because they know that's like what your backbone is. And anyway, it's just, it gets really more in depth. Then we have to really face it for what it is, and a problem, and we need to fix the problem, not by making another problem, but by making it so that problem can't happen again, and by solving it in a way that isn't just like hearsay, like, oh damn, that's solved. Like, I almost just dropped my whole bowl and into the water in there. Well, I'm glad that I got all of it out. Gee, that would have sucked. Pothead Kenny, if you're still here, I almost dropped the whole thing into my Oasis tank on the right here. That would have sucked. I only had one hit of this thing. It was all green. I was sucked a lot. My plants would have loved it. Okay, I have plants in there, and the water would have been like, would have been tainted for a week. I wouldn't have put anything in that one. But the plants would have loved it. I don't really like doing this on stream, but anyway, so there's my little thing with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and so there's a definite applications in practical fields. Managers use the hierarchy to improve employee motivation. Ensuing basic needs, pay, safety, are met before focusing on esteem needs, recognition, and growth. So, like, the name brand Tesla isn't going to grow if the car batteries blow up. Does that make sense? Like, you know what I mean? So, like, there's no need to hype up Tesla at all if there's problems. Like, you know what I mean? Why spend a cent on publicity when you need all that into engineering? Like, this is, I don't know. It's just kind of like, I don't know. And unless you obviously need investors to build your thing, if you're trying to do a sideways pyramid scheme where eventually it funnels up like a cornucopia or so, I don't even understand, bro. But like, we're gonna be talking like this. So here we go. Needs, pay, safety are met before focusing on esteem needs, recognition, and growth. So like we could go with SpaceX not just jumping for uh 100 satellite deployment immediately, and they actually have 10,000 installments, satellites in orbit right now, before even launching many from the Starship or Starship space. You get what I mean, the big one. So the Falcon 9 one, where it was just smaller payloads, but they still did the job, and it was like, you have to be aware of the engineering that it took to do that. Otherwise, why make a big one? It doesn't even make sense. Like, it's too much. So like, I like when people know how to dial it back and like they get it done, and then they're like, all right, we have something. And then you can get investors like that. Like, and then instead of just being like, hey, look at this idea, like kind of like how I'm doing with my Asia 2026 American Security and Integrity Act. Like, I'm just kind of like, here's the solution, and like nobody would listen. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, it is a solution, but like, will anybody implement it? I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm fighting for. Like, this is like why I'm on here every day. It's like, because I can't just sit here and let people's like problems just be forever problems. Like, this is insane. Like, and then how will I be able to fix anybody else's future problems if everybody else's old problems are getting in the way of like new things? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's the whole thing with Iran right now. That 47 years problems should never have been in my generation. Should never been here. And that's what some of us are trying to understand from the past generation, is why did you let it get this far? And like, how dare you still try to predict the future when you're sitting here and you're like, you're reverently in shit, and you're like, okay, like basically at an Indian poop festival throwing shit at each other, and you're like, oh, look at this shit. Like, can't we just get rid of this party bullshit, come together as humans and like fix the problems? Like, is this too much to ask? Or is like common sense completely gone? Or is this whole illusion of two-party systems, like I fear, is just an illusion because it makes it easier to blame somebody if somebody's idea doesn't actually be okay? So it's less on the person and more on the party, which is actually not a bad design flaw when people were murderers when they came over here, and there was just criminals and stuff over here trying to founding things, and just like, well, why did Jimmy die today? Well, was it an Indian? I don't know. I think it was a musket bullet. Bastards. We don't know who did it. And you know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, shit was so much crazier back then, and we survived. And it's just like, like we just need to focus, and we just don't even have people that want to sit down and focus. Like Gavin Newsom can't even read a speech on a, like what I did right there. He probably couldn't even do that. Like, couldn't look up something on the fly and read it to somebody on his podcast if he wanted to. He probably couldn't do that. He probably would be like so Trump derangement. He'd probably veer off onto Trump somehow. Like this is the problem, and he's supposed to be the solution to the world's fourth biggest economy. People want to say fourth. It's probably the fifth by now. But it's just sad. It's sad, and it's like. So when it's like the old saying, you lead, follow, get out of the way. And that's the race car driver thing. It's like Ricky Bobby, we're going to shake and bake. We're going to win this thing. And we're not going to win when we have people asleep at the wheel, like Sleepy Joe making decisions, or auto pen and shit. And it doesn't even make sense. And it's like, you have no accountability for what you signed. So that's null and void. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Like some of this has gotten so slack. It's like, it goes for one thing when you had a president that like had polio and you're trying to cover for the fact that he couldn't walk, instead of you're covering for the fact that like the president is I have no idea. You letting millions of people into the country. I don't know what you are. Like, you know what I mean? Like you don't meet a hierarchy need at all. So I have no idea. Like some people need to be taught again. And I mean, I get it. He's old. I mean, maybe I have no idea, like, what the hell his thought was. But when I seen that shit, I was like, this is going to be a bumpy ride. I hope we can hang on. Because, I mean, I was, ask her, I was panicking. Like, I was saying, what's stopping an October 7th from happening over here? And then they have it saying it, like, in New York, people saying that shit that they're going to do it over here now. And it's just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what, why do we, how, like everyone in that group, talk about the ability to have a group in the hierarchy of needs. There's a difference between a group and a cult, and there's a difference between, like, religion and cults, and we really need to fix this. Like, there's things that need to be, like, talked about, like the stability of people being able to vote, that type of thing. Like, screw being able to lead. That should be, you should, yes, need tests for that. Sorry it took so long to get there. That should be bar none. But especially making laws, especially the people voting. If you guys are like reading at a 5th grade level, how are you, or maybe even a 2nd grade level, how are you supposed to even keep up when they're up there talking on the thing, or teleprompters or anything? How do you keep up? Are you just kind of like there in a wisp form, and then like have to simulate it all together at the very end, like some type of analysis bug, and then like, oh, this bill's good, oh, this bill's bad. And then like, if you can't read it, what the hell, like, you know, that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, we need somebody who is on all 3 points of the pyramid, all 4 squares, like whatever you want to talk about, this is all there. We don't want somebody that's not there. And I'll eventually check my chat here, folks. Sorry, I've gone off the deep end since the fly. But yeah, it's just because I'm trying to focus and actually get out there while the sunlight's actually perfect for making these brick things that I'm trying to be doing. But anyway, so there's just, it's a lot. Okay, I get it. It's a lot. And coming from somebody who does analysis for a living, it's a lot. Okay. My thing in the Air Force would have been top secret security clearance, flying over. That's why I'm okay in being in little cockpits like this. Okay, because I would have been like in a little nest like this, flying over for 14 hours of a enemy flight facility or some bunker underground, and listening in on what they're saying and reporting it to the command and saying, look, this is what they're going to do. This is how we protect our troops, or this is where we strike, or this is what we do. Like, if you're not going to listen to somebody like me here on the outside, who are you going to listen to? Are you going to listen to somebody that's on, like, Hassan shocking his dog? Or a dog that's a husky that just wants to sit into the bed over here at night with its dad? Like, I mean, it's just, I have no idea like where we got so lost as a society where we think that communism is the answer. Like seriously, like hold on, wait a minute, like just turn this bus around. Like I don't even understand. Like we need to really buckle down and start like I think it was this whole, and I've preached this and preached this and preached this and a numerous of my other things, and I'll bring it up here to talk about it because it hits me so bad, and then I gotta turn my mic off for a second and my camera off to take a hit. But I'll tell you guys what I'm doing, but I won't do it on stream just because. But what I'm trying to get out here is holy shit. Yeah, you've been blowing it up, Kenny. My bad. Holy crap. Damn, Kenny. My bad, man. Okay. Yeah. Did you describe me? uh, you need a sluice? Yeah. Yeah. Nice. 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 Yeah. That's yeah. Okay. On that ship is well under Contron. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I was kind of reading backwards. Here we go. Now we got to go up. Let's see. No proof love is worth more than money. Yep. I'm always going in love and in God. Yep. Amen, brother. Amen. It's the only way I can live is with God. Honestly, there's too much stress. My heart probably would have given out a long time ago. Well, the caffeine. I've probably been saved by God numerous times. I won't use that to my advantage. Like I will quit this crap eventually. Like and like oh my God, like this is like not healthy. You can see my eyes. There is unfixable evil. Yes, yes. Weed waste. I would I would have left. I know, right? And I know it just rolled. It's because the bottom is so round and I'm setting it on the grate, right? So then like it just went whoop and I didn't notice, but I packed it perfectly. So when I picked it up, it was just sitting on top of it. If I didn't pinch it perfectly, it would have all just came undone and went all into the water. Like I thought I did pretty good. I was like, wow, that could have went way worse. But anyway, yeah, is this pyramid was a test? I think I passed funny. I did last time with so much memories. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean, you would think it's kind of like this pyramid is kind of like a common sense thing. Like and then you can use it as like a morality like pyramid, like to like kind of keep yourself like grounded without having to use like because as a non-denominational Christian and when you just like all they have is like they keep shoving the whole like oh it's because you hate Muslims, oh it's because you do this, so like the only way I can get them is with psychology, because like they want to throw religious psychology at us, so why don't we throw psychology at them? Like I mean it would make them smarter in the long run, wouldn't it? Like maybe actually make them self-reflect, kind of like how I was trying to say with Socrates, like I will make you think. Like if there's one thing I will do, I will make you think. There we go. Oh, he's got to go plug in the food. Uh, this phone. Okay, cool. Okay, good. Um, okay, well at least I caught up with that. Sorry, but yeah, man. So I totally forgot what I was gonna type in here really quick. Let's see if I can go back here and see what I was on the cusp of saying. You got it. No child left behind policy. Okay. So it was in 2001. It was right after the Twin Towers, and this broke America. Okay? Get ready for it. Oh, shit. So get ready for it. Here we go. So after this, I swear I'm going out here, but I keep referencing this, and I want you guys to understand that I lived this. I was a kid during this in school. I seen it, witnessed it firsthand, and I still got my education and still got out there through cognito, because if they thought that you were getting more education than these guys, they would bully you, pick on you, make your self-esteem go low, make you want to kill yourself just because of your name or some shit. Like, these people are ruthless. They don't care. Like, they literally do not care for the slightest bit of DNA in your body. They don't care about you, your culture, what you stand for. They were literally forced to go to that school. So they're going to make your life a living hell that they're at that school. And you need to understand that people that had to sit there and listen to this shit, we're not happy that we had to grow up in an atmosphere where we felt like we were little fucking like infidels, like in our own world, where we're sitting here and we go home to a world that we know, but we go to school and we're like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And then you have your parents come on like one day for back to school night, and they see a little bit of it. They see like 10 parents. They're like, oh my God, son, is this what it's like? You have no fucking idea. Like, if there was a way that I can go back in time and have meta glasses and record everything that fucking happened for you guys, there would be no way I would be more views than Mr. Beast. I swear to you, the shit that happened, they called our town Little Compton. I'm telling you, there was literally plots. There was literally like assassination plots on the day there's gang members getting fucking like got all the time. Like, I'm telling you, this shit had to be stopped. And it still's not. It's still like 13 years later and it's not stopped. So it's just like anyway, so it's 25 years since this act was put in. Okay, so here, let's focus down on the act. No Child Left Behind Act. Sounds phenomenal, right? Sounds phenomenal, right? Right. But not when people are flooding the border who can't speak English and they get forced into people's classes and the teachers are screaming, help, 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 I can't do this. And they just give up and quit because they fall on deaf ears. And it happened way too often. And people that were there for 20 years and plus were tired of seeing people that actually wanted to learn get bullied and picked out of fucking class. And actually learning at all, because they couldn't teach, they couldn't do anything when they had to sit there and like, how could you teach debate when all they wanted to do was fight? I'm talking fight, not talk, fight, like prison, like fight, like, and you're sitting here in between like barbarians from and who knows, and humans that go to class that want to learn. So that go there just to eat the food because they didn't get food at home. Swear to God. So many stories of this. Supposedly no food at home. I thought it was some big ruse bullshit that like that's how they got their money from the taxes. Is they're saying, hey, look, there's no money at home. Give my kids free food. And like, there was no looking in somebody's bank account to check that shit when that first came out and stuff. So people would abuse it. And nobody would be paying for their lunches, paid lunches. And what about actually cooking or making a sack lunch for your kid? You remember what happened to that? People would get bullied and their food would get stolen. That's not what the fuck happened to that. So you had to turn it into some communist wasteland where people would get the same crappy, like, chicken patty every day because that's all they wanted was spicy chicken patties and shit. Literal crap and garbage. So, like, it's like, when you have experimental courses like health ed and they can't even do a single like full year on it because you can tell that the teacher isn't getting anything from the class except for maybe one person, but why are you doing a whole class for one person? In general, this is what I'm talking about. So like, here's the act. No Child Left Behind Act of 2001, NCLB, signed into law by President George W. Bush in 2002 was a major bipartisan reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act aimed at closing the achievement gap. It enforced standards-based reform, required states to test students in reading and math, grades 3 to 8, and once in high school, to receive federal funding. Schools had to meet adequate yearly progress targets, with it failing schools facing restructuring or accountability measures. So what happened here was they're not only getting paid for the amount of people that they're allowing to be in there, even though it doesn't make safety protocol if they can't completely speak English correctly. Eventually, if they did speak English correctly, they got integrated into society, there's still a drain on society because the whole time they're in there, their parents probably ain't paying taxes on anything, they're probably getting food stamps and stuff at home, and like they get free food. They get free for 25 years, free funding. And like you have a few classrooms that have like grade A, like designer, like Apple stuff, and you're like, how do we have this stuff if it's like literally barbarians? They couldn't use it if they tried. Does that make sense? And it's like a select handful of people that can actually get into that room to be like, you know what I mean? It's so weird. Like the shit that I'm seeing is like, let alone all the different times they change principles because they can't nail the shit down. I mean, it's just sad. Because then you have somebody who's really strong and like wants to do it, but then everybody hates him, and then he has to go because everybody hates him. You know what I mean? It's like what? You hate dad for coming home and trying to like to fix house when shit got crazy? Like what the like he's the principal. What are you gonna do? How the hell does he need to leave? Like it's just it boils down to where like they were faking test scores. Like they were letting people retake tests in order to hopefully get a better test, or saying that there was different scan sheets and then there not actually being any differences at all, and then people cheating. So it's like I didn't cheat, but when you have people next to you that have these eyes that like they're in another place the whole class, and then they're only like they're like when your paper isn't open, they start panicking. You know what I mean? Like that shit's, and then when I just like let my paper go off, then they'll start bubbling in the things, and they act like I don't see this. You know what I mean? Like it's like, but then I'm the snitch if I go and I tell the instructor, or I'm calling him instructor because I'm like still, because I went to like airman training, and it's just that was the teachers weren't teachers, they were instructors, so I had to anyway step it up a notch with my vocabulary. So that's just one thing. So they have this thing, and there's a reason why it's a little bit of a different breed over here. It's because for 25 years these people have now been agricultured into our society to the point to where they know all the loopholes. They've read it. Trust me, they know English. They wouldn't be here if they didn't know English, okay? It's just a big ruse. So if you didn't know English, why would you go to that country? You tell me why. I wouldn't go to a country I wouldn't know what the fuck they're saying. I mean, that's common sense. I mean, you're going to pay a translator the whole time you live there? Do you have any idea maybe how long it takes for somebody to learn English if they tried? Some say it's the hardest language in the world and it takes about 8 years, but that's 25 years. I know some people who came over here when they were in their 50s and died not knowing English because they realized that they didn't need to learn it, okay? And that's the problem. Okay? That has been a problem. So now people are over here and they have to feel like, okay, I'm basically a hermit in the society. I don't get to leave. I have my land. This is it. screw everyone else. I live off my land, and it's just they don't pay taxes. They barely get whatever like bills from their utilities if they ever can afford it. Because how do you get out and support yourself if you can't even? Like I've seen some shit. So it's like the resourcefulness from these people, and then you see the fact that like if they're that resourceful, do you think for 2 seconds if they don't see $100 on the ground they're gonna pick it up? So when you see all these like infinite loopholes of money, you think they're not gonna pick it up? Why put the loophole there? Why allow it to happen? It's all about the shifting of money, and whether or not it's noticed now, it might be too late. I'm not even gonna lie. It might be too late. If we didn't have quantum ledgering and we didn't have anything right now like that, we would be in a different ball zone. And they are panicking because we are on the cusp of being able to track everyone by their DNA. If we can find somebody in a crack of a mountain, just one person by their heartbeat, don't you think we can just program DNA to kill you? Just be real. We could. We could. But that's not the point. The point is, we shouldn't be playing God. Now we have this other thing that's supposed to be transmitting from rat to rat, and now it might be jumping from rat to human. The hantavirus. And people saying that it could have been predicted back in, like, I don't know, fucking years ago. Just years ago. It just screams control. It screams they're losing control. They're tired of having the script where they're trapped in their ecosystem, where they want the opposite side to feel trapped in their ecosystem. They want I dare I say the native people in their own ecosystem, their culture, afraid to come out of their native lands and stuff like that because the bureaucracy and everything is so strong. It's just they have no rights anymore, and if they even leave their land, almost, it's so crazy. So it's like we go with that, and then like I mean, how do we protect them and honor their stuff if we're just letting people in? Like how like do you think for two seconds that like if you told those ancient Indians that we were just gonna let everyone walk all over their sacred lands like it was just trash for no reason, their sacred, like they won against them, like they were pushed back by Native Americans into Mexico, and we just let them back in here. And you think that they're not gonna like blend into our society? Like, if they're really, I mean, I don't know how you got to look at this. Our country's only 200 years old, 200 and something year old. That's not even 3 full generations. What the fuck? I mean, hundreds of years, like generational, hundreds of years is supposed to be a generation, right? 100 years? Not like decades. Like, I mean, it would have been 20 decades. 25 decades. I mean, but like that's bar none. Like, I'm just saying, like I have all the love and everything for America, but like I'm not into having to fight amongst each other. I'm more apt to build a bunker and sit this out. Like this is the point where if we don't start figuring out society's needs and fixing them, we don't have a society. We don't have all these things that we think we have, and literally soldiers are giving their lives for. Only 13 lost their lives in Iraq right now doing this. Iran doing this stuff right now. But there's plenty that have already died in other skirmishes, like all the time throughout history. Like, we are doing them such a disservice by just sitting here, especially the citizens that dare say that communism's better. Like, how dare they? Like, it really is one of those spitting in the hand or in the face and then biting the hands that feed you. Like I don't understand how some of these things is like we can't coexist. So like we need to figure out quantum ledgering and then test everybody and be like, where do you stand mentally? Where do you stand? And just if people are all in the fucking like chaotic shit, I think they need to be re-educated and being and taught how that is not a good thing, and throughout history, and teach them history, because the one class that I'm saying in the No Child Left Behind, everybody laughed in history class because everybody was saying that wasn't the right history. They just didn't believe it, man. So now you think that you have a generation of people that are sitting here and know the founding fathers like intentions when people don't even care. They don't. They don't even know what 5 presidents. Who the last 5 presidents were, let alone 5 presidents. Do you understand? So it's like it gets to the point to where you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So here's the thing. I always thought the bombs was an actual like one of those things to keep people in line. Like if society fell out of line and we got invaded, we dropped the bombs. But now all of a sudden it's like that's not there, and now all of a sudden it's just back to this like colonial barbarianism, and like in a sense that we are being invaded, the Americans are being invaded, but it's silently, and we're just supposed to sit here and think that it's supposed to be immigration. Just immigration. That's what it is. This is immigration. We're gonna unmigrate them. That's what the vote was. And like for everyone in the way of that, you don't understand what you're standing in the way of. You're just you look like a fool. You look like somebody who has literally not learned anything in their whole entire career of education. You look like somebody who would rather sell their body or do something for $1 than actually learn and build an industry from the ground up. You look like somebody who is a tool that doesn't understand the meaning of the word dictionary or thesaurus and just would rather just curse and demean somebody instead of actually making the solution happen. You'd rather sit there and be just full dead heart negative on the opposite of what somebody's trying to make something good out of and say, let me just poke 1,000 holes into your idea so nobody will listen to your idea. Instead of saying, okay, well, look, if we go a little further with your idea, let's go a little further until we start seeing something, you know, that might not be a good idea. Like, I wish we'd had that with the high-speed rail, with the billions of dollars going to that, and now all of a sudden we have another like $180 billion just going for blacktop, and that's we could literally do all the state's blacktop over for $100 million. Where is the $180 billion going, Gavin? What is this shit? Like, I can't stand by anymore and stand this shit. It's blatant theft of the American tax dollars, and it's to supply this underground army. You can have a world-class AI for $200 billion from the ground up. What the fuck? We don't need that much road, Gavin. What is going on? This is he's lost control of his ship. It's not something that is sustainable. We don't want to die. And this is why my relatives, Fletcher Christian, did the mutiny on the Bounty with Captain Cook. Because we didn't want to die. And the Queen blessed us with the land that we sunk the Bounty at because she honored that. It's not because, I mean, there were different times, people. I wish I could just go back to Tahiti where I was a king and just assimilate there and build my bunker and screw America. But I was raised here, goddammit, and I'd be damned if I sit here and let this go to somebody who doesn't deserve it. We standing on the biggest plot of gold in the United States, and you don't think they're not gonna go for their gold? Where do you think the Mayans got all their gold? Where do you think they got their indigo blue? And why it was ritual ceremonies because they were trying to say, God, we want to go back there, but we can't because there's savages on horseback that will kill us. But we conquered that with the disease. We were so strong, we conquered them with disease. Because the Black Plague. I'm not saying it like a good thing. I'm just saying we didn't even have to go, like, we gave them blankets, bro. Now everyone's coming over here. Do we need their blankets, bro? I don't need their blankets, bro. Like, you get what I mean? Like, they need to stay over there and deal with their shit and quit blaming us for their shit and why they are, well, like, as us. U.S. is the reason why everyone else doesn't have anything. Like, that is so old. It's so old, and I don't believe anybody believes it anymore. Like, the people who are still gung-ho saying that, you guys are brainwashed to the point of delusion. So, here's some key components of that. Accountability. Schools were mandated to show that all students, including disadvantaged groups, research proficiency by the year I graduated, 2013 to 14 school year. The whole time I was in there, they were bitching about this shit. They were saying, well, the test scores are going to be too low. We're going to lose our funding. Like, it's just, like, open air conversation. They're not even trying to hide it. Because they know that they're either A, too dumb, the students are too dumb to understand, they don't have any ability to fix it, or it will be too late before they can solve anything. Ding, 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 ding. So, testing and standards. States were required to set proficiency standards and implement annual testing. The only thing this did was made them read English a little better and made them learn numbers a little better. This didn't make them learn history. This didn't make them learn calculus. This didn't make them integrate into a society that was literally engineers. This literally made them able to infiltrate our society a little bit more because we gave them the common courtesy and time in our public schools that we funded to learn our language, our culture, our problems so they can exacerbate the problems. If we said for 10 minutes that it was bad and it was hard to get them public schools funding, don't you think you would just flood the state that couldn't literally just give kids food? What would they do? How could they feel? How could they do anything? They can't even give you food. It's the first step on the pyramid. So it's like, what I'm trying to get at is like, honestly, like, I don't know how you got to look at it. Survival aspect, hierarchy of needs, common sense, bureaucracy, politics, religion, economics, anything. I don't care how you handle it. I don't care how you see a problem. I want you to see a problem and fix it. Not see a problem and wait for it to become such a big problem that it might take you out. Like, that is so stupid. That is, like, not the reason why we have adaptability in our genes to where we could see a problem, think of a solution, an engineer solution, and be able to implement it in real time is not just a gift from God, but I think it's divine right. And that if we do not sit here as creators and be able to fix a problem, what are we? We're not made in God's image. We're shells. We're husks of some type of thing that is just droning this planet. What are you doing? Like, I mean, it saddens me. It saddens me to the point of disrespecting the very moral background that, like, even like I said, I wish I could just become a hermit on Tahiti where I'm basically, you know, the guy and just disappear. I would much rather just do that. But it's just, it's not morally capable. I am not capable of seeing that in which could be so good and be used for so evil. I cannot. I will not. And I want you guys to understand that I kind of need to get out there and landscape because it's my ability to separate and actually detox my and earth. In which I want you guys to understand that there are ways to heal your body that isn't like pharmaceuticals. Like, there's definitely tons of ways people have been living for thousands of years without them. So I would recommend you learn some of them. including essential oils, would be one. But just on the top of my head, I'm gonna say cyclopene masonry is what I'm going to be studying. Well, here let me finish this. School choice and tutoring. If a school failed to meet AYPs, parents could transfer their children to better performing schools or seek future tutoring for their children. But that doesn't. But literally, what? Why would you go to a different school if that's literally you're just going to find? You don't know how many people I've seen that are like, well, my parents just keep shoving me around schools. I can't ever make friends. I can't learn because I'm in an atmosphere where I don't feel safe. And it's just like, it's the kid's fault. So then they're sitting there like, why am I dumb? Why am I this? And it's not the kid's fault at all. It's their parents who literally don't understand that their school is full of like reject like entities. Like I'm telling you, they don't even care, bro. They'll bring pot into school and smoke it in your class. They're that dumb, bro. Like I'm telling you, it's happened, bro. I mean, it's just so, what the fuck? Like, like there's a time and a place, right? That's all I'm saying. I love pot. But in a federal school where you're underaged, like, I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I mean, this is the world that people are like, this is it. This is the golden age. So end of NCLB. Critics argue it caused a narrow curriculum and overemphasized testing. NCLB was replaced by the Every Student Succeeds Act in 2015. Oh shit. So you see, like, I'm so out of it, I didn't even know that this was already replaced. But like, that started it. I lived it. I graduated in 2013. So like, I mean, I can really speak on that. Like, that's why I'm talking about it. I can't speak on from 2015. That's my sister's graduation she was 4 years after me. She was, whatever, 4 years after 3. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 2017. So anyway, the law was designed to give parents more options and ensure accountability, with 1.6 billion provided to support charter schools to help achieve these goals. So they got 1.6 billion dollars of old money, and I'm saying that because it's money used to mean more back then. And like, to just supply, like, supposedly the product that worked, it didn't work. It was a sham product, and they paid full price for the next installment. Does that make sense? So it's like, they didn't understand that, like, the testing, it didn't, yes, it narrowed the curriculum because they couldn't remember. Doesn't that sound fucking retarded? So you're telling me that they literally force people not to learn. I've seen it. They force people to not, they hated homework. Like, every time you hear homework, I have too much homework. What? It's to help you learn and not do drugs. It's just obvious. Like, where they wanted to be anywhere else but school, do anything else but learn, including drugs. So, like I said, that was when Four Locos were crazy back in the day, and kids would be underage drinking Four Locos and going to school and having heart attacks at PE. They'd have PE first period and have a heart attack. Didn't die, had a heart attack. I'm telling you, I mean, it literally was around me. Like, I was a bare witness to this, like Plato to the fall of Atlantis or whatever. Like, it literally is, like, in me. Like, this story that is just trying to come out. So, anyway, like, I don't necessarily, like I said, I kind of want to decompress from this. I've been going for an hour. I didn't think I was going to be going for an hour. But we did prep a little bit for why I bring things up like that, why I talk about the No Child Left Behind Act. And I guess I was talking about it in the present tense that it was still here, but in a sense it is. because now it's succeeded by every Student Succeeds Act, and I don't even know. Like, I'm just gonna see. Okay, so the Every Student Succeeds Act was signed by President Obama during December 10th, 2015, and represents good news for our nation's schools. This bipartisan measure reauthorizes the 50-year-old Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA, the nation's national education law, and long-standing commitment to equal opportunity for all students. The previous version of the law, No Child Left Behind Act, was enacted in 2002. NCLB represented a significant step forward, which is crap, for our nations. This is so propaganda. I can't even. This is sick. For our nation's children in many respects, particularly as it shined a light on our students for making progress and where they needed additional support. Regardless of race, income, zip code, disability, home language, or background. The law was scheduled for revision in 2007, and over time, NCLB prescriptive requirements became increasingly unworkable for schools. Yeah, no shit. And educators. Recognizing this fact in 2010, the Obama administration joined a call from educators and families to create a better law that focused on the clear goal of fully preparing all students for success in college careers. Well, has that happened? No. ESSA includes provisions that will help to ensure success for students in schools below are just a few. The law advances equity by upholding critical protections for American advantages or disadvantages and high need students. Requires for the first time that all students in America be taught to high academic standards that will prepare them to succeed in college and careers. Yeah, that's not happening. Ensures that vital information is provided to educators, families, and students and communities through annual statewide assessments that measure students' progress towards those high standards. Help to support and grow local innovations, including evidence-based and place-based inventors. What's going on here? I thought my girl came out to see me. Inventors. Toad's doing good. She's doing okay. Okay. Help support and grow local innovations, including evidence-based and place-based inventions developed by local leaders and educators. Sustained and expands the administration's historic investments in increasing access to high-quality preschool, which is like, what the fuck? Okay. Pertains and like, is that really happening, or is it just money going to these facilities and no one's using it? Like, this is not good. And like, maintains a expectation that there would be accountability and action to affect positive change in our lowest performing schools, where groups of students are not making progress and where graduation rates are low and over extended periods of time. So I'm gonna have AI analyze what I want to say about this in a bit, but that's just what the act says, and so that doesn't mean that's actually what happened, and it just goes to show you how like pork belly this stuff can get, because huh? Okay, I'll go in there in 1 second. Okay, okay, I gotta, I'm leaving. Can you just, yeah, whatever. Just turn the fan on for a second and let the dust. Well, I mean, you just can't turn it on. I don't know what to do.
No, I'm saying.
Okay, duty calls. I have to go, but we'll talk about the act here in a bit. God, I hate this shit. Okay, so like I mean, I was literally just like in the middle of something, but like God, it's so frustrating. Okay, so yeah, that No Child Left Behind Act turned into uh the Every Student Succeeds Act that apparently is still in place, but that doesn't mean that it fixed any of the problems. It still makes them test for higher curriculum and like how are they so they're not I mean they weren't forcing people like I don't know. I could just have a debate on this constantly. And it's not necessarily something that like I'm privy to debate. It's nothing wrong with debate. But I'd like to have some backup so it's not just my view. And I'd like to have a few of my colleagues from high school actually would be nice. Some people that did AP classes that I was friends with that I didn't want to do AP classes just because like my dad was on me about my homework more than anything and I just didn't I had enough drama. Okay, as a kid, like I said, being taken by child protective services, I didn't want to be called a retard anymore. So like I didn't try to like try. Okay? If I got it, I got it. If I didn't, I didn't. And that's I feel like that's kind of how some people did it because they didn't want to be considered stupid. And like that's the whole test culture is like you are also telling people that they're dumb because they didn't learn it, but like if you don't know it, if you don't know how to learn, how do you spell learn? You know what I mean? It's just kind of like is and like if it's right or if it's wrong, it that's arbitrary because you're just committed to doing it, and in reality it's wrong. But like to you it's like but why? It's like saying it's like that guy, that philosopher that's saying my son died or no, my son broke his leg, fall off a horse, and the guy's like, "Oh, that's terrible." It's like who's to say it's terrible? And then the Roman soldiers come and like they draft everybody except the neighbor's kid except for him because he has a broken leg and he can't go to war. You get what I mean? Like who's to say? Like you get what I mean? Like there's always two sides of this. And we're like I'm done with like picking like the weird in between that like literally what are we doing? Like it's like people trying to say we're trying to strengthen the middle class, but like were any of these people studying like this is what I mean. Statistics are one thing, but when you have a problem like during COVID, we saw a decline in doctors. Not because people didn't want to die from COVID or whatever, but you could tell it was just. I think there's sham facilities. To be honest with you, I think people are they get their license for medical stuff, don't actually do things except for maybe once or two times on paper, and then just run with it, and then they get billed. They just live on a weird $100,000 a year salary and be okay with it for the rest of their life. Like they're okay with that. Like with fraud. Like and like some not me, but like some people are just okay with being criminals. So this is where it comes with philosophy, comes hand in hand with how do you lead that which has no like mast to go, or like no rudder to steer, or if the rudder's there, it's just the wheel's not there. So you have to like you have to manufacture the thing that broke again. We can't just let it go. We can't just let America go. All right, I won't. So this is what I mean. Like I would like to just go sit in Tahiti and not care about anyone and die a happy life of old age, or maybe halfway through that journey, there'll be pirates showing up on my land, like my ancestors showed up on their land, and if I didn't have my bunker ready, there would be a problem now, wouldn't there? So like, there's literally like some stuff that needs to happen. Okay, there's some stuff that needs to happen, and we need to fix it. If we don't fix it, there's no us. There's no civilization. There's no next. It's just done. Okay, and it's not. It's like, does the universe end in a big bang or whimper? No, it ends with a chilling, long yawn. All right. Anyway, so speaking of that, I gotta go deal with some stuff, and you can watch the sun go down as I finish this stuff over here. And I love you guys. Like, subscribe, and watch me landscape. Okay, folks. Thanks for sticking with me. We had a long day of kind of landscaping. I mean, I could not really consider landscaping when you're just making bricks, but we'll get better at it. But anyway, yeah, I had to deal with those bags. They were just gonna get recycled, so I'm kind of doing something with the bags. And if they broke, I tried to use this Gorilla Tape, waterproof tape, epoxy type thing. The sun won't, melt it off. And it's really awesome tape. Custom cut it to, not waste any. It only comes up to 10 feet. So anyway, other than that, we didn't really get too much done other than talking about those two laws. And then it just handed the bullshit over to the states, which of course nothing happened, and it all just fell apart. And now nobody knows what a woman is. You know what I mean? Like shit just didn't do this shit overnight, bro. Like I thought that it was pretty obvious what a woman was. This has something to do with chromosomes or freaking ridiculous. Okay, before I get too off subject, I gotta get started on the Mojave podcast, but I gotta finish eating. I wasn't flipping you off there. I'm literally trying to cover my mouth. Sorry. So thank you. And join me in a couple minutes. I gotta show you guys some stuff. We'll go over some stuff that I had talked about with AI, and yeah, we'll have some fun. Anyway, and if you don't watch it live, you can watch it on DVR and get just as much from it. So don't worry about that. Most of this stuff is intended for me to go back and edit and make into short clips and videos later. So just realize that like it's not always gonna be like the best live, like always, especially when I don't have like like even 1,000 subscribers. Like, why would I spend all day and like editing and doing like I hated doing that. It was way too much work and not enough reward or like getting a single subscriber and like editing for like at least 45 minutes after. We're talking like rendering times and everything. It just even just like sitting there for nonstop for 20 minutes editing and then rendering. This gets old. You're doing it every day, and it's just like if it doesn't become more automated, like this is gonna suck. So like I'm glad that I'm still able to be on the platform that I love, YouTube, and like be able to do that route instead of you know doing the whole Twitch thing. So yeah, I might do Kick a little bit, but I'm not sure how their ecosystem is. I kind of want to link to these different places to bring people to YouTube. Um, yeah, so there we go. And we'll talk about games after the podcast later, but I have some stuff that I need to do around 10 with my girl. So as soon as we get this podcast on, I might have to dip out and do something with her really quick with the dog. And then we're going to, like, change the belly band. It's going to take a little bit. But when we're done with that, I'll be able to come back and recap about whatever I played on the beginning podcast segment here. So anyway, guys, thank you so much. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, and share this with any different you know communities that you know of and places that like this type of stuff. Uh, this one in particular, you don't really need to share, but like I like saying it. Like if you like people that like to chill and watch somebody try to do yard work all day but not really get anything done, then share it. All right, guys. Seriously though, thanks. Have a good night. And if you don't, watch this later, uh, have a good morning or whatever afternoon.